All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, hello, dear offline and online participants. Welcome to the second day of the They Have a Name conference. And yes, I really wanted to encourage actually all of our online participants to be active in the comments and ask questions whenever you see something on the screen that interests you, whenever you want to ask a speaker, especially during the panel discussions. Please don't hesitate to ask us either in the comments or personal messages, and we'll be happy to include you in this way into our event. So, we are going to start today's conference day with an amazing speech by one of our dearest partners, Shelter Safe House, and Gunta from Shelter Safe House is going to kickstart our project. So, welcome to the stage.
Hello, my name is Gunta. I am a member of the board of Shelter Safe House, and I am project manager, and sometimes I can do what need for organization, and then I don't think that I am big boss. I work in Shelter Safe House from 2009 as a project manager, and I started to work with issues related with migration, and I said my colleagues, I never talk about human trafficking because I'm not specialist. I couldn't understand, but time is going, and I suppose that know a little bit, no? And if something I say not correct, please my colleagues to help me. Okay, how yesterday Ilse mentioned, we are working with two groups of clients. One biggest client group is migrants. And now in this year we work with under one UNHCR project where we provide legal advices for Ukrainian people and from asylum seekers. And how you know, we are established in 2007. And here you can see our values. It is communication. We are always open for communication. It is challenge because it is interesting, something new. For example, in 2019, the active youth invite us participate in one project about migrant business opportunities. And in our organization, nobody worked previous with business, and we are NGO people and some coming from state organization. What we can do with this project, it was the first situation when we didn't agree from the first moment. We are thought about, and then we understand it is challenge. It is so interesting, and together with active youth, our project was very, very successful. And belongings, we really proud. For example, me, and I think so my colleagues can say the same, that we are very happy that we are belonging to this organization. And from 2015, our organization has ISO standards certificate for some social process. And every year we this program again renew. And not more than five years we have this certificate, for example, for social rehabilitation of human trafficking from some others process that happen in organization. And here we are talking about projects, and yesterday you'll catch some of my presentation, okay? And this is an international project from AMIFI program, and here we provide assistance for sexual exploitation victims. They have a name, and we have some project education and outreach as anti-trafficking tools. It is a new project I will tell about this later. And migration, how I say, this legal and psychosocial assistance. Here was two Erasmus Plus programs who help to make some programs and give some opportunities to migrants here in Latvia. And we provide this, we provide, for example, this program for one refugee family. We work individually with this family from Chechnya. I don't know in English. Chechnya. Okay. And what then about prevention? I really sure 100% that the prevention of the human trafficking is very, very important, that people can't become victims. And we use a lot of measures how to talk about topics human trafficking. And when I prepare to this presentation, I look through our webpage and YouTube channel and other society media links, and oh my gosh, we think a lot of so interesting things that I forget about some of them, because every year we have new ideas how to talk about this very hard topic. Okay, then we put only this first. No? No.
Pakalpojumu sniegšanu.
These three first letters. Go there, here. Yeah. These three letters only, not skast, but pod. This one, right? Yeah. Here in the project, they have a name. We talk about vulnerability. We make some video material and talk about risk of vulnerability, how to talk about victims. It's this material is for maybe who are.
Mēs maz zinām un maz fokusējamies un maz vainojam personu, kura veica šo soli, izmantot šo ievainojamību un paverdzināt cilvēku vai pakļaut viņu kāda veida eksploatācijai.
We go to another.
Pakalpojumu sniegšanu.
In this podcast last year, we made, it was again a big challenge for us, because in this podcast, the first time in our society, victims loudly talk about human trafficking, how she became a victim of human trafficking. And it was we organized in press conferences, and the press media was very, very interested about these tools, and it was really difficult to talk with victims and that make this safety level that she loudly tell their story, how she became a victim, how she went out from this situation, who helped her. And for us it was a very emotional job too, not only for society, not only for information, but for our organization. It was a very, very emotional, hard, but we are very happy that she agreed to share their story, because sometimes our society don't understand how we can become a victim, and it is shows that it is possible and it is happen in our society.
Actually, I want to ask you a question maybe about this, because I remember you also talked about it during the field visit, and to me it was super, super, super interesting. And I feel like it's very brave for your organization to do this. I wanted to ask you, can you mention briefly about the reception of the public, like how the public reacted to this podcast, or maybe law enforcement or someone else who interacted with this video or audio?
I don't know about law enforcement, but about press, who make a lot of news in the TV channels, and we show that it is problem and it is really happen, because I suppose in Latvian society always think that if you are victims, if you became victims, you are so stupid person that you became victims, yeah. And as this shows that she was normal girl, but the situation was and she became a victim. Then next, please, Pauline. But not show. Some minutes. Some minutes, because I want to tell about this. And you can see the song, and there's a song about human trafficking, but it is dream of my colleague Gita. A lot of years ago, she said, Gunta, we need a song about human trafficking. Gita, how we can make it? And we have very good cooperation with Philip Morris, who sometimes granted small money, and sometimes they support some strange ideas. And we give this application of the project about song. They gave us a small money, and we understand we can't buy composers, we can't buy poets. It's very strange if we can make it as a video. But you know, when we can start talk with people that it is our idea, you know, always open for us. We met one very nice poetess, and we talk about her more 3 hours. And end of this conversation, she said, Gunta, I will do it for you. It is important. Okay, then after 3 weeks, I waited these poems, and nothing happened. And I, no, maybe it is not some happened very good. And I call her. She, don't worry, tomorrow you receive 3 poems. You can choose which is better for you. Oh my gosh, okay. We have poems. Now we need composers. Again, we talk about our dream, and we met one guy who agree with us to make. We give again some deadline, and after this song, he said me, deadline is coming, but I understand that I don't understand nothing, and I don't have ideas what kind of music need for this poem. And one evening, he looked at his daughter, 13 or 14 years old, and he understood that it can be happen with his daughter too. And we have poem, we have song. Now we need video, and now we can see the video. It is about number 2, yeah, song. And it is in Latvian, but I think so you understand. If not, then I can translate later.
Rekur čaulu sit putnāns un piedzimst dvēselīte, rekā daļi aug meitans, kur zin, kur liktenis viņu vēd.
Redz, cik viegli meitene savu sapni zīmē, jo tā dzīmusi ir savu.
savu sapni zīmē. Roglīti meitene gauj malu zīmē, saplēš un atkal nodiskām līmē. Zīmē un saplēš, saplēš un līmē, netic, ka dzimusi saule zīmē. Roglīti meitene gauj malu zīmē, saplēš un atkal nodiskām līmē. Zīmē un saplēš, saplēš un līmē, netic, ka dzimusi saule zīmē. Negribu citas pasaules līmē. Gribu atpakaļ saulē zīmē. Negribu citas pasaules līmē. Gribu atpakaļ saulē zīmē. Roglīti meitene gauj malu zīmē, saplēš un atkal nodriskām līmē. Zīmē un saplēš, saplēš un līmē, netic, ka dzimusi saule zīmē.
Viss pasaules siltums bija dzisis, kad liktenis meiteni nikni bija sitis.
You maybe can ask me where we use this for example, tools. And when we organize some trainings or seminars for specialists, and we always open our trainings for this song, at Sylvie gave some maybe, but not better atmosphere, but better understandings that it is important. Okay, then we are making some video, a lot of, Pauline, can you open please? Some video where we talk about human trafficking.
Un cīņa ar sekām.
Here example, Gita said that this file make more information, give more information about human trafficking, than Gita can talk about that. Yeah, again we tell very real stories, what happened and where we can help the people and how it is happen. Yeah. I recommended you, maybe you can in Google can find, for example, movie whose title is Oļeks, where it is real movie, the Latvian movie, and the story of this movie is coming from our organization Real Story. Yeah, and then it's again a tool when you can talk about human trafficking. Yeah. Ko lūdzu? Yeah, and this movie in some years ago received awards as some good movie. Yeah. Here a lot of videos that then we can talk with the society about human trafficking. And yesterday Ilse mentioned too about Conversation Festival. It is very, very big festival which happens every year. Participate a lot of discussions, lot of participants, discussions about some different topics. It is and here we received a grant to participate in last year in the Conversation Festival Lampa. And for example, here how we talk with society, we show three small three small shows, how became again how we can talk about theatrically some how we talk, and then after each case we discuss about with society, with participants, we discuss about this case, for example. Yeah. Pietiks mums, tāpat laika jau nav viss izstāstīts. And now we have some project where our specialists go to the schools and we talk with 9 to 12 classes youngsters about human trafficking, but we invite participate in very popular influencer who are very popular for young people, and together with her we make some lectures about human trafficking, about prevention. And now in autumn we are prepared with her. She prepared some small video for youngsters how to avoid from human trafficking. And you can see it is only the small. Oh, I forget it. Maybe we can open this link about this one? Trailer. No. In this which I opened before. Here you can see the trailer, where in this trailer we make this trailer we make an exhibition, and with this trailer we travel around the Latvia. I think that we were more 10 or 15 places, and when before kids this attending this exhibition, they smile about these problems, they laugh about that it is nothing. When they come out, their face always became stranger and seriously, and it is a very good tools. Sometimes we put them into, for example, central station. Sometimes we put in the where is big shops, where is a lot of people, and people can go to inside and see what is the human trafficking. Yeah? And yeah. And you can see that a lot of measures how we can talk about prevention of the human trafficking, and I am really sure that all together to make this cooperation and make new projects, we always can talk about prevention of human trafficking, and we always can do this world better and better. Thank you. Maybe you have some questions.
Maybe have a question. I saw earlier, actually, here you have very big sponsors, and as you mentioned, Philip Morris is interested in TransferGo, is a big organization. So how do you attract very, very big sponsors like that are not necessarily, let's say, known for, let's say, supporting trafficking all over the world or whatever, but they are deciding to support your organization specifically? What is your fundraising strategy for that?
It was a very interesting situation with Philip Morris. More 10 years ago, they arrived to our office and they said that we would like to give you some money for some small project. And this cooperation continued more than 10 years. And every year they give us more money, but we are free to do, because we are a project organization. Your project, you have always the results and activities, and you need to be in this framework. Here we are so free, and here we can realize some very good ideas. But how it is possible? It is cooperation, it is communication, yeah? For yesterday, I met Philip Morris manager, and we talk about new projects and about in this autumn. I hope that we have some interesting actions in 18 October, when is Anti-Trafficking Day.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That's super interesting. I feel like for all of our non-governmental organizations to learn about this. And another question. So you really showed us a lot of different ways to raise awareness and a lot of prevention tactics that, let's say, some of them are not traditional, especially like the music video, for example. So have you ever had a situation where the public would react like, "Ooh, wow, we haven't seen this before," or where you would get very interesting reactions from maybe other organizations or government institutions where maybe it was controversial?
It is interesting when we open some trainings for social workers, for example, then show this song in the first part of trainings, and some of them start to cry. It's so emotional. Yeah, it is. Gita said, my colleague Gita said, she can't listen this song, but it's so emotional. It goes through our blood. Yeah. Yeah.
And Latvia is, of course, known for being a very musical country and for music festivals. So I feel like that's also very interesting how your prevention really resonates with the target audience and with the public and with the culture. I feel like this is so unique and interesting for all of us to learn from you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Does anyone? Yeah. Does anyone else have questions? Perhaps.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. It was very, very, very interesting and definitely something for our NGO to learn from, something that we can use in our future projects as a way to raise awareness about different topics that we're working on. And I feel like that was a very visual presentation of what prevention can be in very different forms. Thank you so much, Gunte. It was very good. So our next speaker is unfortunately not able to be here with us in person due to very serious health circumstances, but nonetheless we really wanted to hear from him. This is Roman Krylov from Estonia, and we are still connecting to him at this moment, but I wanted to invite Eda maybe to the stage because she also knows a lot about the presentation of Roman, and they work together on this initiative, so maybe she can start and then we will connect to Roman in a couple of minutes.
Hello, my English is bad, not talking at all, but all about demand. And in Estonia, we're working with the question about demand many years. 2018, we're visiting United States, different parts. We was in study visits, and we are looking what they are doing with demand. And we try to understand how we can address demand, and we get project money, and we start dealing with that. And now we have that experience, 5 centers, Eluliins, our centers, working with women in prostitution and victims of trafficking. And one part dealing with demand in same time, in same organization. How it is possible? It is quite possible because we made this research. Roman talk about research, but where we get the respondents? We try, Ministry of Justice ask, lot of sex buyers sitting in jail, maybe we can ask from them, nothing. Ministry of Justice says goodbye. Police says goodbye. And we find some respondents through our women in prostitution. They give to us clients. And Svetlana here, she's made some research work through the woman. And we get 50 respondents, and we made small research, but Roman put 100 questions. It's very big research.
He is here, by the way. He can join us.
And he starts, and if you want more questions, you can talk with me. And after this research, we write social program for sex buyers. Okay.
Okay. We can share the screen, correct?
Ma võtan selle. Can I take this?
Okay. They need a second.
And if somebody want to know better about our social program, I can talk what we put together. Merle put something in this social program. I put something. It's long program. Okay.
Okay, hello, Roman. Can you hear us? Guess what he's saying. Okay, we are fixing a little audio issue here. But thank you so much, Roman, for joining us. We are very excited to have you here with us, at least through this online conference. So
I explain. Roman is finishing studying in psychological counseling. She studies psychotherapy, and now she finished master degree sociology. She has 3 education.
can you say something?
Hello, hello Vilnius. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can. We can see you. Can you guys mute me or something? Oh, okay, nice. Yes, we can see you. Maybe not as loud as we would like, but hopefully it will get better. Can you say something now? Can you say something?
Sorry, I think I lost you. Okay, I can hear myself. It means that you hear me also. Maybe we can start.
Can he not be on air? Okay. You can start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think I have approximately 25 minutes, not more. First of all, I greet you from Estonia, Tallinn. I sincerely sorry I cannot be in person and participate the conference in Vilnius. Some health issues, as Paulina told, prevented me from traveling to your beautiful country. As Eda told, yes, it's all truth that I'm a counseling psychologist and aspiring sociologist from Tallinn. For more than 15 years, I work in the NGO Elulin team, and I worked in psychosocial assistance for people involved in prostitution, including the rehabilitation actions for victims of human trafficking for purpose of sexual exploitation. But last 5 years, I'm working in the National Victim Support Service. And last 3 years, I'm working with people who perpetrate the violence, mostly in domestic context. But I think that the issue of buying of sex and issue of the domestic violence, it's ontologically intervened, and its phenomena have a lot of the same traits. Today I firstly will share with you some my key views on the issue of the demand in sex trafficking, and in the main part I will tell you more about the most striking results of our research work. what name is sex buyers in Estonia, behavior and attitudes. Well, but if we are talking about the demand, if we are talking about the demand, firstly, I need to mention that demand for trafficking is a hidden phenomenon, and I means that not only that people who buy sex, that they try to hide their actions, but it's hidden phenomena as well in the sphere of academic research, in the field of design of social services, as well as in the society discussions or society discourse. We are not talking about this, and we are not researching that. And why it happened? I think it happens because of the wrong perception of the demand as the secondary phenomenon, which derived from the phenomenon of prostitution or of trafficking in general. People look at this phenomenon as something important, unimportant, and something secondary. But if we take this the three-pronged model of prostitution, what we can see here, where is the such a triangulation or triadic model of prostitution, where is the demand side, management side, and supply side are intertwined in one process and in known social and policy context. So we can see in this model that exactly the demand side, the only one who brings the fuel for the system, the only one side who brings the money. And the money, it's the key goal, at least for the management side of the trafficking or for the prostitution, and no one else don't bring this money to the system. So from this point of view, demand, this is the driver, key driver of the phenomenon. And if we have a goal to reduce trafficking, on my opinion, it seems achievable only through the implementation of effective social programs directed at the reduction of demand. And evidence-based social programs on demand reduction can be prepared only by the increasing the scientific evidence of the phenomenon. So we need more researches of this topic, more academic activity in this direction. I think our work, what we have done in Estonia, I think it's a step forward toward this direct direction. Well, at the beginning, some words about the research in general. We implemented it approximately 2 years ago, and it's one of the project of Norway grants. And one of the immediate goal of this project was to create a pilot program for sex buyers to change their attitudes. And we aimed to involve the experience of people who buy sex to create this pilot program. And to understand better who are they, what their social background, why they buy sex, and so on. Respondents, sex buyers are hard to achieve. Hard to achieve, hard to reach population. So for the research, for data collection, we used the convenience sampling method, and the criterion for inclusion in the study, it was the person have to be adult or at least 18 years old. He or she have to. Oh, really? Oh my God. Yes, of course. Well, how about now? Now is okay? Oh my gosh. Well, this is the slide about three-pronged model of prostitution. It was the previous slide, and I'm here now. Well, the participation have to be, of course, voluntarily and informed. And one of the key criteria that person have at least once to buy sex during last year, during last 12 months. And as Edda told, we designed the questionnaire for this research, and this questionnaire consisted more than 100 questions. Which you can see here. We starting from asking about the initiating of practice of buying sex, we ask about the current practice of sex buying. We present questions about buying sex and safe sex, about using the alcohol, about violence, about awareness of legislation norms, relationship with a regular partner, of course, attitudes toward prostitution in general, towards people who pay for sex and people who offer sex. And we were interested to clarify the degree of satisfaction with sex purchase practices from our respondents and their experience to stop buying sex, as well as awareness about the different assistance services and social programs for people who buy sex. And we ask also about the social demographic data. And key results, what I'm happy to present here, we succeed to collect totally 51 field questionnaire. So this questionnaire, it's at the end, it's look like a story of buying of sex of each concrete individual. And such 51 such stories we collected. 50 questionnaires were filled by males and one female sex buyer questionnaire we found. The language was in general half of the Estonian speaking and half of the Russian speaking. The median age it was 46 years old of our respondent. The youngest was 23. The oldest was 85. Most of them were from the urban environment. Most of them were good educated. They have vocational education. Another part have higher education at the bachelor's, master, or even doctorate degree. Most of our respondents were employed, were active at the labor market, and with a good financial situation. Half of the respondents were in marriage, another half were single. So according to social demographic data, it was quite normal man, without even good men. Without any such a big social issues, social problems. And the duration of the sex purchase experience, it was from 3 months up to 38 years. So some of our respondents spent most of their life buying sex. And the mediation duration was 14 years. About the initiation of the practice of buying sex, the first such kind of intercourse for our respondents happened at the age range between 25 and 34 years old, and the median age was 31 years old. So it happened in a quite adult age, and for most of the participants, it was based on an internal motive, internal interest. 1/3 first buy sex for the first time, being in the company of friends, colleagues, or acquaintances. And also a small part of the participants buy sex for the first time after receiving an offer from the sex providers. This first experience was quite satisfied, and most of the respondents rating this experience on 4 out of maximum 5 points. And subsequently, 3/4 of respondents bought sex again for the next time in next 6 months. Some of the respondents told that they bought sex on the next week or next day. So for the most of our respondents, the first experience of buying a sex, it was like a wow effect. About current practice of buying of sex, we find out that most of our respondents buy sex from heterosexual partners, and it is an offline face-to-face activity. On the other hand, 1/3 of the respondents reported that they have an experience of buying of sex also from the partners of the same gender. It means that males from males, and some part have experience of buying of sex from the transgender individuals. And this is two separate groups. The median number of partners from whom our respondents buy sex during last years, it was approximately 5 respondents, and minimum it was one partner in a year, and maximum it was 30 partners. So for 10% of our respondents, the buying of sex, it was extremely intense activity. 10% of our respondents have bought sex from 16 up to 30 partners during last year. The key channels for seeking contacts with the partners they paid for sex, it was specialized websites, forums. The key payment form, it was money, and our respondents spent from 5 up to 20% of their monthly income to buying sex. And in real, they don't feel any concerns about costs associated with the sex buying. Only 16% ever experienced these concerns about financial costs, and 10% experienced it during the last year. About the mobility of sex buyers in Estonia is quite low. They prefer to buy sex at home, not abroad. So it's everything what happen inside the Estonia. Most of them prefer the short one-time relations with the partners they pay for sex, and 1/3 become such name regular customers for partners who was paid for sex. And the main reasons why it happened, it's on the first place because the partner respond to certain parameters about age, body type, or behavior. The second one is because the partner attracts our respondents with some personal traits or qualities. And on the third place, our respondents become regular customers because partner provide those sex services which they cannot get elsewhere. About the sex practices which do not require payment, of course, the pornography was the key, and 90% of interviewers use the pornography, and the half of our respondents use it quite constantly and regularly, from several times a week to 1 time a month. About really shortly about the safe sex, it's still an issue for our clients, especially if we are talking about about the oral or anal sex intercourses. The big part of the respondents do not use never use condoms in case of such sexual intercourse, and the huge part of the respondents do not use a condom with regular partners. So we are really still at the risk of the transmitting of sexual diseases to the partners of the sex buyers. 40% of respondents never tested for STDs, and among them who tested, 4 of our respondents reported that they have positive results on syphilis, gonorrhea, and pediculosis. Regarding using alcohol and drugs in context of sex buying, the using of alcohol is still a problem, reducing problem, but still approximately a half of the sex buyers use the alcohol before or during the buying of sex. Regarding the drugs, 40% of respondents have experience with the drugs during their life course, and 60% use it systematically during the past months. In context of sex buying, there are some respondents who every time use the drugs before or during buying of sex, and this is quite a stable situation. These people are not changing their behavior. Of course, the using of alcohol or drugs in context of sex buying increase the risky behavior, and it's need an attention. If you let me to speak further, I think I would like to present some most dramatical results of the research regarding the violence, and regarding the attitudes toward yeah, okay, thank you. I think this part part of the research about violence, it was most hard and most dramatically for me personally. When I analyze the data, well, firstly, 70% of the respondents reported that they have experience of physical violence during their lifetime, and 90% of the participants stated that they have experienced the psychological violence in different life contexts, mostly in childhood, mostly in parental families of the respondents. 3 participants reported that they experienced the sexual violence during their lifetime, and 1 participant was abused in the parental family, 1 participant as an adult person in close relationship, and 1 participant experienced the sexual violence both as a child and as an adult. In context of buying of sex, most of the respondents never experienced any type of violence against themselves. On the other hand, some of them reported that experienced the physical, psychological, or sexual or economical violence during the buying of sex. But in most of the cases, the physical, psychological, or sexual violence, it was the service, what they paid for. About the economical violence, it was such unwanted activity, and 3 respondents told that experience of that. As well, we asked the question about the perpetration of violence by our respondents toward other people, and here is also some frightening results. For example, 9 of the participants reported that they had used sexual violence during their life course against other people, and it was mostly at adult age, outside of intimate domestic relationship. Some of them used sexual violence in childhood, in parental families. If we speak about the practice of sex buying, you can see the numbers that 7 respondents reported that they used a physical violence toward the person who offers sex. 8 participants used psychological violence, and 7 participants used sexual violence as well. 4 participants stated that they use economical violence against the person offering the sex services. So for me, it was quite hard part of the research. I skipped some slides, and I hope you can read it after. But I would like to speak a little bit about the attitudes toward prostitution in general, toward people who pay for sex and people who offer sex. And here is, I pay attention that toward the prostitution, our participants have such a cliche and attitudes based on the myths. For example, that prostitution, the oldest profession, or offering sex, it's a free choice, and so on and so on. Regarding the attitudes toward other sex buyers, they are mostly such indifferent, but I can call it positively indifferent, and it's quite differ from the attitudes toward women who offer sex. In the last case, the common attitude is despisement. And you can see that 1/3 of our respondents reported that. On the other hand, there are some respondents who respect women who offer sex and call them a businesswoman. But it's mostly negative attitude. For example, some of respondents, 2 respondents told that they feel hate toward the women who offer sex. And if we take into account the previous slide about the violence issues, so the situation is look like quite hard, quite concerning. Here we asked about from our respondents what happened if the woman who offers sex services would be, for example, your neighbor, or bring a child to one kindergarten with you, or will be a teacher of your child, or will be your colleague or co-worker, or will be your romantic partner or spouse. And you can see that attitudes are mostly indifferent or negative. Especially in this parts of the spouse or regular romantic partner. People who buy sex are really try to distance socially from the people from whom they buy sex, and it's quite a lot of the negative stigmatization from the people who buy sex toward the people who offer sex. Okay. Thank you for having me. Goodbye. Goodbye.
But because every country has own legislation. But what our sex buyer thinking about Estonian legislation, it's very interesting. They says they need some legislation because they want keelata, prohibit from handicapped person and person with special need buying sex. They suggest keep safe handicapped and special need persons. I think this is a moral question, it's ethics, it's very, very interesting because they are know what they are doing. Or they think it's better keep away people with special need, maybe they act differently and it's maybe bad buying sex for people from some handicapped issues, maybe psychosis, maybe drug users or something. It's very interesting questions, but we can use this information very well in Estonian legislation, and we understand new European directive maybe go this way. We need reduce demand, and now we have information how we can put our legislation in right place. Okay.
Decriminalized, right?
No legal, no criminalized, not legal. Zero. It's different from Latvia, different from Lithuania. Yeah, not regulated. It's mean you can do what you want to do, but in Estonia, prostitution is not a work, not legalized. It's mean you cannot go to tax office and pay taxes. This is zero. Yes, you can sell sex and keep your money. Yeah, and it's not regulated in Estonia. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. If we want reduced buying sex, you have 3 ways. First, you can criminalize buying sex. Mm-hmm. Second way, you can regulate it administratively. It means straff, money. You must pay. And now we have second chance, what we prepared. It's a social rehabilitation program. You can send person in a social program where he is sitting and working. Inner side question, psychologically, legally, and we have now this social program, we're writing this social program, and for sex buyers, we made movie, yeah, talking heads. I talk, Roman talk, Merle talk, and we involved the medical doctors who talk about harm. What this mean? If you buy sex, what the buying sex harm you? And we have very good input from prosecutors, former prosecutors who sitting cases about human trafficking, and he explained legally how buying sex harm you, how buying sex harm sex buyers. It's very interesting, but sorry, it's only in Estonian language now, but we tried to translate. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you so much for questions. You can catch Edda during the break. She has a lot of things to offer. Thank you so much, Edda, for answering. Dear online participants, we are going to meet you after lunch. So that's the end of this part of conference for you. Dear offline participants, please go eat, snack, have some coffee, go to the... Well, how was lunch? Was probably much more comfortable and much easier. That's great. But you know, this was done on purpose because when you reduce expectations, whenever something nice happens, it's very nice and it's very good. So it's all a strategy. We are now entering the second part of the second day of the They Have a Name final conference. And I would like to invite on stage Vadims. He is working for the Latvian State Police. And he told you a little bit more about himself yesterday, and you saw him at the panel discussion. But now he is going to specifically talk about trafficking and combating trafficking in human beings in Latvia. So welcome, and thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Paulina. Thank you, guys. So, yep. Here you can see the main trends in digits concerning Latvian experience of combating human trafficking by years, by initiated cases, by suspected person, and by the main exploitation ways in Latvia. As you can see, it is exploitative sham marriages in a kind of legalization of third country nationals in the EU in a way of fraud or coercion. The next one is sexual exploitation, many times mentioned in our conference. Forced labor, the main issue from my country. And the newest one trend is fraudulent straw persons. It means that persons are recruited to go abroad to create mostly legal bodies in a way to legalize previously in a crime way accrued finances. So concerning all the trends in particular, the first one, labor exploitation. Often you can see the real stuff from the real case. On the left is a place where one of the victims were placed. On the right, you can see the house owned by the OCG creators of this crime. The whole length of this 19th century Latvian style sauna was from 6 to 7 square meters. The temperature around upon the action were taken is were minus 25 Celsius. We work together with cooperation with our England colleagues. It was a joint investigation. Previously it was started in the UK. The first stage were finished there, and after 1 year, the second stage were performed in Latvia, where the OCG leaders lived at that time. And some of the victims still were under their control. And the most painful for us in this story is that this person, this victim, he as usual didn't recognize him as a victim. And am I right? He refused any social care. Gita, yes or no? So he started, but I guess his future would be much more better when it were. Because from his perspective, he was totally lucky, because he had 3 times a day eating course, alcohol and tobacco. Everything is okay. He was lucky. He has no his own family, no his friends, no any other social sites except the OCG. And in a very high, you can see a mention of possible ways of labor exploitation, and with red color are making issues which are still theoretical for us. It means no such cases were investigated in Latvia. The black one were investigated, and some of them are also sent for prosecution. The next one, sexual exploitation. As I previously mentioned, also the red ones is the situation what we keeping in mind that it is possible, but it's still never occurred in my country. As you can see, the Pornhub had occurred a kind of exploitation. Other on-site like webcam facilities and our performance via streaming platform is still a kind of terra incognita for us. But I guess in the very near future, these colors would be changed to the black one. And the most experienced for our Lithuanian colleagues is criminal activities. So we are only in the beginning, as you can see, because most of the mentioned possibilities are in red color. From Latvian perspective, as you saw with statistics, the main one are exploitative shell marriages and fraudulent registration of shell companies, like I previously mentioned. So far, we are going to real cases. All the next cases were connected with our NGO partners. Firstly, and second one, these are the most new cases which were prosecuted in the very past of previous year and the beginning of this year. So the first one were connected to labor exploitation of citizens of China in Latvia. So like in a regular Europol story, a promise of good life, a promise of brilliant salary, a promise of free flights, free flats, free meals, so admirable job opportunity. And of course the result, it's not so tasty like it were told up on the recruitment stage. In 2 months, current victim get 150 euros in cash. He was informed that he's in a deep debt. He's not so good like previously recruited as a cooker. He should work like a regular worker with low salary. But in order for the crime creator to be ensured of the debt would be paid, as usually the victim should get him his passport. the story is. Thank you. Thank you, Lolita. Thank you, Internet, and thank you for social networks. The current victim informed a person of trust of him who lived in Sweden. The guy came to Swedish embassy. Swedish embassy contacted one of Latvian NGO. Information was transferred to the state police, and here's the case. The second one case is about our local victims. Some of them were alcohol addicted, and in this case, the OCG creator was oriented only to search for such addicted persons, to provide them a construction work. For those who were agree to work for food, free alcohol and free tobacco without cash paying, they say it's pretty okay. We have a roof about us. Okay, we should work, but every time you need to work to get some eat, some tobacco, some alcohol, and here everything is for us. And who cares about this money if everything I got would be provided me later? But for sure, some of them were not satisfied with such an obstacle, because previously the guy told that I'm going to pay you in cash every week upon I accept the result of your construction works. And when some of the victims understood that he never accepted the results, and for those who told that you asked too much quality for such a low payment, they were beaten, and others understand that it's not a regular contract, it's a kind of slavery. One of the victims were able to contact local NGO. Information were transferred to the police, and special police activities were performed. And in cooperation with Special Police Intervention Unit, the OCG was captured. And under certain procedure upon OCG house, as you can see, such a stuff were found and confiscated. It's a sniper rifle with a specific zoned minimization unit and semi-automatic rifles. It seems I was extremely short without your questions, so we have extra time. Any questions for previous slides, for Latvian situation concerning labor, sexual or crime exploitation? You are free to ask.
Is there a permanent force of Lithuania, or it be like there is working group conducted or gathering every time there is potential case?
Okay, we have a centralized national police unit for combating of human trafficking, and we have a dedicated person in every region who are also aware how to perform upon they received information about possible human trafficking cases.
I forgot about the first case. Maybe
You mean which case, this or?
No, the construction was with
Okay.
and he said they first they contacted NGO.
Yep.
And NGO forwarded to the police.
Yes.
Was the case was the same in the first cases with the slavery court and the Chinese case?
Oh, yep. It was more or less the same, but in this case it takes less time to police be involved because Latvian NGO directly informed the state police, and in the Chinese cases the information got gone through the Sweden, so it takes more time. So I could share only experience on pre-trial investigation because I was to national court only a couple times. In these cases, all the victims gone to NGO who send us the start information. Sometimes, as you know, main thing is to create a trust between victims and NGO. Not every time the people who informed us about the case, they are the best one to support the victims upon investigation stage. And there are many meanings, so I'm not going to mention is it good or not, but it's a reality. So in Chinese cases, in Chinese case, a cooperation was started with one NGO, and afterwards he was treated by another NGO because she said he said I would rather prefer to cooperate with Shelter Safe House. Yep.
If I may add, they are informed that there is such support for them as a...
For sure. For sure.
They not always want to take part in it because they see it as a hustle or it's problematic, you need to do something, you need to think and what is what and so on. And perhaps in many cases, if they were driven to the door of Shelter Safe House, it's easier for them to go in and see what is what, instead of giving them information that there is such opportunity, but that it's so abstract what it is. Okay, so in the future perhaps you can drop it off them as well. But not always they cooperate, they just don't want to do it. But they are informed of their rights to have this recommendation process.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Vadims. So now we are moving forward with the panel discussion part of our event. So we are going to have, so yesterday we had a panel discussion with NGO representative working against trafficking in human beings, while today we're going to have a Q&A with law enforcement officers and police representatives. So welcome. I wanted everyone to come out. Vadims, Eda, come out. Edda is saying she's not a law enforcement officer, but she works directly with law enforcement agencies, has been working for many years, so she will be able to speak about her experiences with law enforcement. Okay, so welcome dear panelists. So we have met already Edda, we have met already Vadims, we have not yet met Lolita. We know Lolita as the winner of the quiz game from the first day of the conference, so you already have some sort of, even though you have not spoken yet, everyone knows who you are and you have this sort of knowledge and the background. So maybe you can just introduce yourself to everyone and tell them shortly what you're doing.
I'm afraid of this thing, of the microphone. I'm not the speaker. I'm investigator. For 10 years, I was conducting pre-trial investigations related to human trafficking cases, as well sexual abuse children cases. And after 10 years, I just realized that it's too hard for me to go further with those investigations. So I'll change a little bit my profile, and now I'm some kind of supervisor on pre-trial investigations about these cases. That means THB cases and child sexual abuse cases on whole Lithuania. That means that I can see every case in Lithuania that is related to these topics and provide help or information or corrections or advice to our officers if they need some help conducting or news or knowledge how to conduct these pre-trial investigations.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself, and I really feel like it's going to be a very interesting panel discussion. So again, I wanted to mention to our audience, if you have any questions, please write us a comment. We will address it here with our participants. We have people monitoring it live. So just as a reminder, our participants did not write any speeches. If there's no script, they're just going to respond to my questions based on their experiences and sharing their own opinions. So keep that in mind, that it's not a scripted conversation, and bear with us, please. So I wanted to start with an easy kind of question. So we started this conference by reviewing the e-booklet, right, where we discussed the state of human trafficking in 2021. Well, now it's 2023. So I would like to ask you, what is the present status of trafficking in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia? What are the current trends? Maybe you can see some new tactics or methods used by traffickers, and there's, let's say, a trend occurring that people should know about and should be aware of. So whoever wants to start, you can start.
Well, yesterday I've checked how many pre-trial investigations was initiated in Lithuania from 1st of January in this year. It was 34,000, and only 9 pre-trial investigations were related to human trafficking. Not many, but 4 of them were related to forced labor, 2 for prostitution, and 2 for committing crimes, and 2 pre-trial investigations for selling children. But what I want to mention that from in past 10 years, the situation in Lithuania changed dramatically because, for example, in 2017 we have 35 initiated pre-trial investigations, and now for today we have only 9. Do we work better? Do we have less THB? No, I don't think so. Just because it's very latent crime because of all the life, all instruments that criminals are using, they are online. They are in cyberspace. So recruitment, as well, trafficking, selling, offering sexual or other things are going online. So that is the main issue that is very hard to follow. The thing that doesn't change that is that usually we are starting pre-trial investigation only then when we receive a report from usually not victim, but NGO or state labor office or child protect service officers. It is very rare when a victim is coming by themselves to the police reporting that they are victims. The same thing was 10, 15 years ago. The same thing is now. Many of the victims, they don't recognize themselves than the victims.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Vaidis?
From Latvian perspective, I can continue my presentation. The main issue for us is labor exploitation, but the clue is about our NGO created a big piece of trust in possible victims, and they are very open to inform our non-governmental colleagues with such an issues. Afterwards, this information is transferred for us, and together with our local colleagues, we are going to check this information. And these are, from my perspective, the main scores of the digits you saw previously. Concerning sexual exploitation, as I told, happened in a previous couple years. We eliminated all the erotic massage parlors. The digits of sexual trafficking victims decreased dramatically. And other possible trends only in development stage for our prosecutors' view. So I guess in near future it might be some changes for the second and third place, but I guess the labor exploitation still be the main issues for Latvia, I guess. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Just a quick comment. It's interesting that in 2021 we saw the most prominent type of trafficking in Lithuania being forced criminal exploitation. Now it's labor exploitation in both countries that is now the most prevalent one. Now, Eda, if you could maybe mention also what is the state of trafficking like in Estonia in 2023?
I think we must start maybe 20 years ago. We starting working this area, Eluliin, 20 years ago, and we have different legal framework and we have a different way of work. We start from field work and start working with women. And cooperation with police, it's very difficult work for NGO, but we do. But in this time, most of Estonian people go abroad, and if something happened, this is happened abroad. After that, No more Estonian people abroad. Now we have own victims of human trafficking. All happened in Estonia. And this means our work and our police work is a little bit different. And legal basis is different. But now we have very good law about human trafficking, police work, but now we are not source country anymore. Now we have destination country, and it's mean we have lot of third country victims, a lot of victims from European Union, and our work methods we must change, and our police change methods too. It's mean this area all time is changing. Nothing is not changing in same place. And we must often look how we can work. And now this situation, we thinking what happened in Estonia, because now we have this Ukrainian war, and a lot of people thinking maybe something bad happened with refugee people. And now we must think about that if all government support is ending, maybe next year, maybe after 3 years. They are very vulnerable people, and we must look our people is not exploited vulnerable people. It's our obligation, yeah. And I think it's a very good cooperation with police mean that we get a lot of information about field. We're working with people, we get information, and we must all time select what information is real information and what information is just rumors. Somebody is talking. And some weeks ago, our Yelena, who lawyer, asked for me, one woman talking strange things. What do you think? And we thinking we must talk with police, because this is little bit dangerous situation, and maybe better look after sooner than later. Yeah. But working with police for NGOs is very hard, because people must trust us. And if something happened and we run to the police to talk, they understand this connection. And nobody comes to us to talk. We must very carefully choose what we are doing every day. It's NGO side, how it's police side.
As I mentioned previously, piece of trust between victims and NGO, and piece of trust between police and NGO. And these are the starting points of a successful investigation. Without such a connections, every one of us would do their own view how to tackle the issue, but only OCG would gain another victims and profit.
I wanted to ask, I feel like Ed started a very interesting conversation point, trust. Trust is a very interesting word when it comes to this sort of communication between victims and police, because we can think how, okay, survivors and victims would be more willing to come to the NGOs. Even then, not often, you have to be building this trust. And how do you see this sort of progression of victims coming to you directly? Like, do you see these trends where police is being perceived as people who will help and sort of this more safe and welcoming institution? Because I can imagine in the past, especially during Soviet times, maybe this trust was a little bit broken because police was seen as someone else and the other side. So how is it now? Do you see changes? And how do you maybe sort of promote your institution as an institution that can be trusted and the institution that won't victim blame and that would really understand the victim for who they are?
Well, in Lithuania, we have a very easy solution for that. In 2015, we have got act recommendations, the Villa yesterday mentioned it, of identifying human trafficking victims. And there is written very, very clearly what every institution must do to identify a victim. Even question that should be or could be asked a person, they are written. It's very good act, and it helped really to do for every officer and NGO to do their own job. We as police officers, anyway, we have procedures. We must follow them strictly. We must collect all evidences that can prove the crime, also that can doubts, destroy the doubts that criminal is innocent. So we must collect every single evidence, very objective, without any emotion. Of course, that doesn't let for us to talk, to come to victim, not without empathy. We must have empathy, but still, as police officers, we are very in frame of procedures. Also, what I want to mention, I do understand that the NGOs and society are talking about cutting demand. As police officers, we have a little bit different view of this thing. We are talking about cutting the flows of the money. If we will cut the money, there will be less human trafficking.
From time to time, we get people coming to our office in a shelter safe house as well. And last case was when two of guys from Kyrgyzstan came to office. They came with the questions like, our employer is not paying our salaries. What should we do? He delays them, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, it's almost 3 months now. What should we do? It's like 1,000 per month. And then we talk, how many are of you there? And they say, well, we're 8 here today. There's another 6 outside. So first of all, they come with 2 people inside. Once we talk, and we get to know what is the situation and talk, and we gain a bit of trust, they invite 6 more that waiting outside by the door. So they all barge in, and we talk, we do the numbers. So within 2 months, that's 50,000. 8 came that day, but there were like 8 or more back in the workplace where they actually work. So there's like 15 to 20 people. And we're like, okay, this is outside our scope because that's like police work at this point, because there's like 50,000 in 2 months. That's like big monies. And we're like, okay, we're going to call the police. And they're like, no, it's okay. It's like, you can see they get scared. And like, I'm going to walk outside right now the door, police, because police is a cultural phenomenon as well. If you come from a country with big corruption, obviously the police is not your friend. So once we mention police, they get scared, all white, pale, and they're ready to leave. But like, we tell them it's okay, police is your friend here. They're just going to ask you some questions, write down, take a testimony or whatever happens next, and just keep an information. So the police comes and they start questioning them, and they reveal themselves and talk a bit more calmly, and they understand that the police is not there to scam them like it is in their country, where they ask for money or you need to pay for everything, and you get sent out of the country straight away, deportation, and so on, so on, so on. So that's a story regarding the trust that happened like a month or maybe 2 ago. That's about it.
Thank you so much for your comment. And yeah, maybe Vadims, you could, as a Latvian police representative, you can address it. Basically, there is this trust issue between police and the general public, especially people coming from the third countries, people coming from other post-Soviet countries. So how do you make yourself more available to the public? Is there some sort of work that you do in terms of raising awareness about your approach and your work, that you're trustworthy, that you're safe, that people can come? Like, how do you break these trust issues, essentially, if you have some sort of plans like that?
Oh, yep. The first way, it's mostly for local society. After we finalizing the case and we are ready to send it to prosecution, we inform the society about our goals. It's first step. Concerning third country nationals, they also are able to read such topic news and understand that some issues are also here not good, and at least central police unit would be interested in such issues. And the second one, upon you helped once for third country nationals, they would inform their people that it is a possibility at least to get a safe stay upon your claim would be revealed in the police or other authorities. And all the stories that if you would go against your firm, he would cancel your visa and you would be deported the next day. We understand that it's total manipulation. It's a coercion speech, because the state every time provides a time for evaluation of the claim, and upon this time, the victim would be able stayed safely, received a kind of social help from NGOs, and sometimes with close cooperation of NGO, state police, and state bodyguards, these people upon this time were able to find another employer and start a new job in Latvia, and became a piece of a successful story. Not so numerous one, but they were, and for sure it's maximized piece of trust in the people abroad who are communicated with these former victims.
Thank you so much. Eda, maybe you can say, maybe you know about this trust and the connection that the general public in Estonia has with the Estonian police, especially for country nationals that end up being victims of trafficking in Estonia. Maybe you can add something about that.
I think Estonian people trust Estonian police. I think it's police is a very good place because Estonian people trust the police. But if we meet third country victims, maybe 100 persons now, they not trust any police. No Estonian, no Latvian, Lithuanian, and local police in home country. And it's very, very, very hard, because if our police start working with victims, they talking very nicely, they collect all information, and after that, when the victims come to us, they have a lot of emotion, and all emotion they put for our workers. They screaming, they conflicting, they are doing everything. It's very hard, and sometimes it's happened in night time. And next morning they must go to the police and give more answers. Yes, but all this emotional part in our place, it's hard, and we must all time talk. Our police is good, nothing happened with you not must give to police money or something, and it's hard work. We support police, and we waiting police support us like people. Yeah, I understand it's sometimes very emotional work for us and for police too. Mm-hmm. And we must support and understand what kind of work we are doing. And sometimes police ask how this person looks for us, how she in our shelter, how she talk. And sometimes they need this information because they must something decided, yeah. And we talking what happened, what we saw. And sometimes they ask what we are thinking. And usually how we are working, if some person is coming, different our specialist is looking. In the same time talking with the people, maybe we drinking coffee and talking, but we understand what happened with this person, and we have maybe very fast information about that. Maybe this person is handicapped, maybe she is not mentally okay, maybe intellectual handicapped or something, or this is trauma. If I saw people with big trauma, they looks like a little bit crazy, but they are not crazy, they are traumatized. And we can help police with them, we can talk, it's okay, we must understand. And very hard. Some years ago, we are Estonian victims who looks very old. She is looked very old, and we must sitting in same place. I remember she's young woman. But how you talk with the person who is older, and how you talk with person who is younger? Yeah, it's a little bit different, and we must sit and understand she's younger. We must put paper in table. She's young, not old, because she looks old. And it's very small things, but they have matter. Mm-hmm. How we working? I don't know. You know something?
From social service perspective, Hedda told at least all the police officers should took at mind upon building the trust of the person. So I have nothing to add.
I think there is not always the trust of the police. Lithuanian people also are trusting more or less the police. But in THB cases, I think there is some kind of self-risk assessment of secondary victimization. Because the procedures is really very, very long. All human trafficking cases are lasting more than 6 months. 6 months, it's okay. But if it's international cooperation, it can last 2 years, up to 2 years. Then it is going to the court, where is also court and court sessions. Of course, we are doing everything that victims who are already interviewed, that they shouldn't appear in the court, but not every time that works. That is the main thing, I think, why we have different numbers of victims, because when a police officer is starting a pre-trial investigation, he is then the victim becomes a part of this procedure. But our NGOs are counting other numbers because they are not, let's say, so legalized in procedure, but they are also victims, and the main problem could be long-lasting pre-trial investigation. I also wanted to mention we have, as all, I guess, countries, the same situation with Ukraine when the war started there. From the beginning, we have had 3 pre-trial investigations that was related to human trafficking to Ukrainians. 2 of them were related to prostitution. One of them terminated, other went to the court, and one of them, we were the first country in Europe that was starting pre-trial investigation that was related to Ukrainian human trafficking. It was about almost 43 children from Ukraine that we get information that they are going through Poland, through Lithuania. They should go to United States of America for adoption, but what was clearly signed that it is trafficking of children. We got information that for one child, Americans were offering almost $3,500. And the most strange thing was that they could choose on internet which child they want, like a kitten or dog. So in one side, we looked very bad that, wow, it's happening, human trafficking with the Ukrainians in Lithuania, but on other hand, it was very good case. Of course, now all the children are back to Ukraine because authority asked to send them back, but we don't know what are their destinies further, but this pre-trial investigation is still ongoing. And also, what did we do when the war started? We made some kind of risk assessment. We looked for criteria who can become a victim of the human trafficking among Ukrainians. And we were thinking that it could be young woman from 16 to 35 without family, without friends, without children, without social connections. So we selected those risk persons from our migration system. We created a questionnaire that into which question Ukrainian girls could answer, and the police officer who was talking with the Ukrainian girl could assess, is she in a risk list or not? But also, we saw a problem, as is mentioned, that Ukrainians don't trust police officers because they are thinking that police officers are corrupted in Lithuania. And we have heard stories that even if I will be beaten here in the street, I will not go to the police officer, I will go to a stranger to ask for help. So what have we done? We recruited 14 Ukrainians to help us to understand some kind of mediation between Lithuanian authorities and Ukrainian citizens to connect, how to understand each other better. For example, one of the questions was, for us it's normal, does someone took your passport, your document from you? And our colleague, Ukrainian, says, no, if you will ask this question, if she was giving to someone that passport, she will not see that someone took. If someone asked, she took. You should change the question if she doesn't have her passport with her, and why. Does someone took it, or she gave it willingly or not? So that was the prevention things that we have done.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. It's very, I feel like for us, for the general public, interesting to see the sort of assessments that you're conducting based on the situations that are happening currently, for example, the war or COVID or whatever is it that might affect the patterns and the trends of trafficking in your country. I wanted to ask Latvian and Estonian representatives, how do you prevent re-victimization during the legal proceedings and during the lengthy investigation processes? Because I feel like it's a very good question. And maybe you can share also some of the ways you are getting in touch with the people, for example, the prevention methods, the ways that maybe you also have questionnaires, or maybe there are some other ways that you're reaching out to potentially affected individuals in the future. But you can start with the re-victimization question.
Concerning re-victimization, it's mostly kind of investigator ability to check the situation properly and to pretend the level of future possibility for current victim to become re-victimized. Upon investigator reveals it in a high possibility, we have a police procedure how to prevent it, or in another way, if it occurred, how to deal with it in a very fast and short time. For regular ones, so for sure, the main thing in such preservation from our perspective is on our non-governmental portal shields, because upon they are communicating regularly with the victim, not only about the questions of criminal procedure, but in psychological intervention, especially if it's have a connection to labor exploitation, they trying to provide a new trustful employer for him. So it's the main thing, because if the third country nationals came here to work in order to send the salary back home, the main thing is he's going to stay in Latvia is to continue his dream to get a safe job, proper salary, and submit his family with the funds. Upon he fulfilled it, no worries. For sure, there are some obstacles, especially in sexual exploitation cases, when it's not so good in reality when it sounds concerning labor exploitation. In several cases, we continue our police investigation in our ways for our bad guys. In these cases, we are happy to tell that we are able to tackle it. But as we spoke previously, the main thing is to detect the possibility and make a risk assessment. And concerning especially sexual exploitation, not every time simple risk assessment like interviewing would help you, because upon you interviewed person, everything is okay. He understands that, yep, I might be in danger, and if it occurs, I'm going to inform the police. And he answered you truly. But when the situation occurs, he said, oh, the police are too far, but here, okay. Maybe it's not so painful for him, but because as you know, for first time, every violation of your rights are totally unacceptable for you. But for some victims which rights are violated 100 times, they are not themselves feel too victimized. And it's our job, it's the state job, it's a psychologist's job to rise this level for the safer stage. It's an issue still,
Yeah.
but we are doing our best.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I just wanted to add a quick comment to that. If you want to sort of learn more about what Vadims and Lalita are talking about, again, I recommend visiting our online art exhibition, because for me that was a very easy entry level of understanding what the process is like, because there's no perfect victim, there's no perfect time to report it. You can see people returning to the social services or returning to law enforcement officers again and again and again due to certain circumstances. And I feel like if you want to learn more about the whole process of what people are going through, that is a very good that's a really good way to learn more about it. Thank you so much for your answers. Eda, maybe you have something to add about re-victimization in Estonia and how to prevent it.
I think we have a lot of experience about re-victimization and re-trafficking. And this is long story, and we saw if a person is very weak and vulnerable, and criminals who exploit this girl or this man sitting in jail maybe 7 years, 8 years, they come out and they try to exploit same person second time. It's really because they sitting in jail and no income, and they want no income. And they knew this person is very weak, we can resell, we can use again. This is first question, but second question is maybe harder. Victim maybe want same situation. We have one person who was in trafficking situation 18 years. All situation is finishing now, and he criminal sitting long time, but he is 60 years old. No income, no job, no nothing. And we thinking what we are doing, and we find family. And we put this person in this family. He live in this family. But what he start to do? She start construction work. She was 18 years. She built 6 houses without any money, who traffickers sell the houses. And now in this family, he start construction work again. And we have a big question. It's now this family, trafficker's family, or his own will, but he want this condition. He want to do some work. And all family have new buildings. And we thinking what we do, he come back to us and remodeling our shelter. He want to do same work, but now without pressure. And question, if we have very weak victims, the victims want, they don't understand what is okay, what is not, because too long period. It's mean NGOs must work years, same people. We know her situation, she's situation 12 years now, many years. This is risk.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Okay. And I feel like maybe among certain people in the general public, that might be a big misconception, that when people are thinking that trafficking is, of course, when someone is forcing you to do something through the use of physical force, or you are taken from one place to another, thrown into the bus, you don't see where you're going. And that can happen, but a lot of the times, especially I feel like re-victimization is taking place when a person is really good at manipulating the victim into going into this line of work again, or into doing this again. It will be better for you, it will be, like Eda mentioned, it will be money, you can finally help your family, you can send money abroad, etc., etc. So a lot of it is mental games. Thank you so much for sharing. So this is a very heavy topic. This is very heinous crime, but I wanted you to maybe share a successful story, maybe where the case, like starting from the very beginning up until the prosecution and the results of the prosecution, where you feel like that was a very well-conducted investigation, and in general, maybe you can highlight from your experience something like that. Anyone can start. Where justice was served to the right person, let's say it like that.
We have one perfect, wonderful case. When the girl, young girl, was trafficked to United Kingdom, she was forced addict to drugs, and she was shoplifting and making thefts of Apple iPhones, and also she was forced to sell drugs. When she, with her trafficker, came to Lithuania, she was also forced to go to a special Vilnius place and buy drugs, and she was captured by police officers, and she was held like she got a suspicion as a drug dealer, and when this case already came to court, our police officer that was conducting this pre-trial investigation, also prosecutor, they were listening her story once again, and they say, no, she's not drug dealer, she's not suspect, she's a victim of THB. So they returned that case back to police, and they conducted the investigation for human trafficking. They proved it, and this case went to court. But the best part that makes me very, very proud of this story, that girl, she has power to come to conference where NGOs and police officers and prosecutors were from different countries. It was in March, and she tell for everyone, she was standing in front of us, and she was telling for us her story. That was really powerful.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yep, indeed it was. From Latvian perspective, more or less the same impact to our society might be concerning the labor exploitation case I mentioned in my presentation, which started in the United Kingdom and afterwards continued in Latvia. So after 1 year of NGO leaders were captured in Latvia, they were sentenced in the United Kingdom for human trafficking in organized crime group, and all of them were sentenced started from 5 till I guess 7 to 9 years imprisonment, and with confiscation of their assets. For sure, concerning Latvian criminal code, they might be sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment theoretically. But in fact, in 1 year, people are sentenced all their assets gone to the state, and it was a really good sight from such business creators that it's not a good way how to perform it. And the victim statements that they were totally okay with living in such a facility I show you doesn't care the court, because the court saw it's like a part of vulnerability, but the person were unable to create his own living at all. He was no any financial resources to rent a proper living conditions, and instead of giving a piece of good fate to the creator, it'd be a totally opposite one, because it was a kind of proving that victims were treated improperly and with crime thinking and manipulation about it.
Thank you. Eda, maybe you have, I know you have a very, very good, I remember, case where a survivor was able to receive 30,000 euros, was it, or maybe more? So maybe you could share that or some other case that you find successful.
We're working many years with different criminal cases, and we represent victims. And we made court cases where we ask moral compensation for victims, and we get a lot of money for victims, and basically 150,000, yeah. This is court cases average money, and we have a lot of discussion about that, how much money we must ask. How much money? What is moral compensation? What is moral damage? What kind of damage? And human trafficking is a little bit easier, 150,000. But if you have case where sex buyers in court, how much must pay sex buyer if he has sex with minors? Moral compensation, what amount money? What do you think? We sitting and thinking, how much money?
Yeah, how do you put a number on such a crime? How do you even estimate this?
It's you cannot, we understand, I, like psychotherapist, I understand what is the damage, but the damage is not visible. How we get numbers, it's awful, you must think. But we take that kind of position, we ask a lot of money. And we go to courtroom, and 15 sex buyers is sitting, and one sex buyer want to make a deal. Legal is right deal, kokkulepe, kas see on õige? It's mean the criminal says, okay, I do, and I compensate. And we do this deal very visible in courtroom, and very loudly, and we talking, if you agree, then we change the amount money, and if you pay right away, little bit lower money. They give money, and they are not süüdi. Yeah. And after that, sex buyers 15 looking what happened. We made 10 contracts in courtroom, and judge is coming, looking, you need a time, and go back. It's mean 10 people says we are made mistake, we are criminals. They agree with that. But 5 goes the long process.
Thank you.
And usually our police says, if you ask money, it's long, they are, nobody wants, but we use this kind of incent, and they agreed because they understand it's shame sitting in courtroom and talking about paying sex, because the small girls, 5 small girls coming and talking how this sexual act was, and better says I am doing, and I go and take this sentence and pay the money.
Yeah, that's very interesting strategy to speed up the process, because the proceedings can take a long time. Yeah. And for a survivor as well, being present, sometimes the survivor has to be present, and going through this again is traumatic.
It's many years maybe this process, because first level, second level, high level, and children is occupied with different court cases. It's awful.
Yeah, and it's hard to move on as a survivor as well, because you're always brought back to this experience. Even if you're not necessarily representing yourself at court or being present at all times, you still know it's happening now, it's in your head. So that's very interesting. So I have my final question, but I also wanted to ask you, participants, that's a very unique opportunity. We have representatives of all 3 Baltic countries here ready to answer your questions. Maybe some of you have something you would like to ask our law enforcement officers of how they operate.
So I think it's very symbolic that we're here today and yesterday. Yesterday we had anniversary of Baltijos kelias, the Baltic Way. Today we have Independence Day of Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. My question mainly is how maybe you noticed, I'm sure you did, you don't notice any trends or any specific cases that occurred after the war started in Ukraine, more than 500 days ago. Did you change any approach to your work in terms of the HB, child abuse? I don't know, that's your specifics, any insights that you want to tell us, or yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for your question. Maybe we've heard a little bit from Lithuania, a little bit about how the process has started to change. So maybe Latvia, you want to start?
From Latvian perspective, we created a very good network with our Ukrainian colleagues. It is more or less the same like with Lithuanian colleagues. So, if it would be possible without such a war, I guess we would be the most successful regional story from the collapse of the Soviet Union you mentioned before. Because all the NATO partners, all the European state partners, they provide for our Ukrainian colleagues such admirable technical abilities that, believe me, regular police officers in Baltic states could only dream about it. But nevertheless, the peace is on the first place, and the protection of Ukrainian citizen who fled from the Ukraine to the European Union is the second one. But this kind of help provided to Ukrainian guys and our open-minded approach and our common approach like governmental, non-governmental, provided so fruitful cooperation with Ukrainians. So I guess in the very near future, several criminal procedures concerning sexual exploitation would be successfully dealt in my country, and I guess it might be only the beginning of our cooperation.
Well, that's opinion of myself. I'm very impressed of positive way of thinking of Ukrainians. I met a few colleagues from Ukrainian in a couple of events. They were smiling. They were thinking about good ending for Ukraine. They were positive. So I wish to think that way, to be positive.
what our organization is doing. We have helplines, 26 years Estonian language, 20 years in Russian language, and now we have helpline in Ukrainian language. This is anonymous, and we prepared Ukrainian people working on these helplines, and we find solution how Ukrainian people can call to Estonian and Estonia's because some volunteers, our volunteers in Ukraine and different countries, and these helplines start working very well, and we have a lot of volunteers. And Hanna is here. Hanna is from Ukraine, and she started working in our adult center, and she understands Ukrainian people, and we want to reach people from Ukraine in prostitution or in risk groups. And Olga is here, and we have AMIF project. And in this AMIF project, we studied cultural mediation, and it's your case, we tried to prepare from Ukrainian people cultural mediation in our society. Now we have big projects for that. All is very, very interesting, and I think if everybody do something, we are doing a lot. Yeah. And we must keep safe people who living in our societies. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this question. It was a very beautifully put question. And yeah, happy Independence Day and glory to Ukraine. And we are very happy to have specialists sitting here today representing all 3 Baltic countries who are very capable and who are very intelligent and who have all of these procedures and screenings in place to assist any potential survivors, any potential victims. So thank you so much for your amazing work and everything you are doing to protect people from this very, very terrible and dangerous crime. Thank you so much for being part of this panel. We appreciate your insights. It was very, very interesting to hear from all of you. I feel like we share a lot of similarities on the way the topic is being perceived by the law enforcement officers. And let's give it up to our... Okay.
I'll make it quick. So as you're all representatives of your country, where do you see the combating of the trafficking going in, like, say, 5 to 10 years, say 2030? Where do you think it's going, or where would you like it to be in that time? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Let's make it a challenge for our guests. Let's try to put it in a sentence. Maximum 2 sentences. Because sometimes, you know, the shorter it is, the more powerful it is.
Is a crime that ends up at the stage of idea. THB is going on cyberspace. That's the sadness side.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
If the police would be able to be so developed enough, like some OCGs, I thought it would be a success story. So we should develop all of my mates to such a high condition like my mates here before you.
So good sponsor.
The main challenge. Yeah.
All right.
It was your replica.
I think in Estonia we have 7 or 8 unicorn companies. We have, maybe Estonia is for one person a lot of unicorn companies. Kuidas on ühe või elaniku kohta on väga palju? Kuidas on inglise keeles? Per capita? It's a lot. And I think we need more unicorn companies because business idea, buying and selling person, it's bad idea. Person is not commodity. And all criminal minds who thinking selling and buying person is good idea, it's bad. It's mean we must do different possibilities for different businesses. And stop selling and buying human being. And I think it's happened.
Last sentence.
Of course.
Cut the demand and money flows.
So, to sum up, we're entering the cyberspace, learning from each other, taking best practices, developing businesses and legally selling legal things, and cutting the demand and the money involved in the trade. Thank you so much once again. Amazing panel discussion. Let's give it up one more time for our participants. Now for our online participants, we will see you in 30 minutes for our final speech. For our offline participants, please.
me.
Okay. Thank you, everyone who made it here to the very last presentation of the They Have a Name conference. Let's applaud to one another for sticking around for the whole 2 days and being present and listening. Woo! Thank you so much to our online audiences as well for keeping up with our conference. We hope it was interesting. So now I would like to introduce our final speaker. It's Ave from Estonia, and she is going to present online as well. So let's hope this time no technical difficulties. Hello, Ave. So we are currently sharing the screen with you on it to all of our participants. So you can begin your presentation whenever you can.
Thank you. Hello everyone from Thailand. It's really nice to stand here today. Allow me to introduce myself as a legal professional specializing in family law and environmental law. My name is and I'm really honored to stand before you today. At this conference. I hope you had really nice days already. Myself, I've been working with Elulin for more than 5 years. I would say Elulin is definitely the NGO with the most practical experience in Estonia dealing with the issue of human trafficking. So you are really in a good hands. Today, we talk about a really serious problem affecting our world, like human trafficking. This is like a modern slavery where people are forced to work or do things against their will. It's like a big violation of human rights, and that hurts many people. When we hear about numbers and facts, we must remember that there are real people behind those numbers, and people really are suffering a lot. Not to mention that human trafficking involves making people to do things that they don't want to do, like work or even sex, through the force or trickery. It's a really sad crime that can be very brutal. Imagine feeling scared because you were promised a better life, but then being trapped and not having any control over your choices. This problem isn't just one place, it's happening all over the world. People in every background. When we talk about human trafficking, we should remember that it's just something far away. It happens. Real people like our friends, neighbors. It's up to all of us to recognize that this is happening and do something about it. We do have a responsibility and stand up against this crime and protect the rights and freedom of everyone. I hope you had good information 2 days, and now I think there's going to be like a video, right, of human trafficking victims in Estonia. Can you start the video, please?
On a daily basis, I'm a lawyer and I'm also involved in various projects. Today I will give a brief overview about the rights of victims as part of the Andrea project. Combating trafficking in human beings has long been a priority for the European Union. Over the years, progress has been made in many respects. Cooperation among the actors, including at political level, between law enforcement and judicial authorities in both national and transnational contexts, led to prosecutions and convictions as well as improved identification assistance and support to victims. Awareness-raising campaigns, education programs and training initiatives were carried out to reduce the risk of people becoming victims of trafficking. Studies and reports increased knowledge about the phenomenon, thus contributing to developing adequate response strategies. Despite the progress achieved, trafficking in human beings remains a serious threat in the European Union, endangering thousands of individuals every year, particularly women and children. Traffickers prey on social inequalities as well as economic and social vulnerability of people, which have been exacerbated the COVID-19 pandemic, making it easier for perpetrators to find victims. The pandemic also hindered victims' access to justice, assistance and support, and hampered the criminal justice response to the crime. Moreover, traffickers moved to a new business model of online recruitment and exploitation of victims, making it more difficult for law enforcement and the judiciary to respond. The directive of the European Parliament and of the Council establishing minimum standards on the rights, support and protection of victims of crime. The Victims' Rights Directive significantly changed the previous approach, according to which victims had a standing role in court proceedings. The Victims' Rights Directive opens up the victim-centered approach to special protection and support for the victim, including an assessment of the victim's individual protection needs, tailor-made interview rooms, and the involvement of professionals trained in intimate partner violence. The directive also pays attention to particularly vulnerable people, including victims of intimate partner violence, who need special support and protection. The directive emphasizes that intimate partner violence has serious consequences for the victim, both physically and psychologically, and the victim is at the risk of re-victimization or intimidation and retaliation. Therefore, victims of intimate partner violence are also mentioned as particularly vulnerable persons. In other words, they are persons who need special conditions for the proceedings. The European Union Victim Rights Directive covers a wide range of victim rights, including the dignified treatment of victims and their relatives and the consideration of victims' interest and trauma. These rights include, for example, the right of information, the right of assistance, the right to participate in criminal proceedings, and the right to protection against re-victimization. The directive also regulates when family members of a victim are considered victims. The tension between these expectations of victims and the reality of proceedings will be reduced if the psychological trauma of the victim and the possible constant state of fear caused by the violence were also taken into account in court. Services. The victim has the right to assistance and support before, during, and within a reasonable time after the criminal proceedings. You have the right to receive the services immediately without having to wait for a response from the police or the prosecutor's office to the crime report. Assistance and support is provided only with the consent of the victim. A victim of trafficking in human beings has the right to receive the following services: counseling, assistance in communication with the state and local government agencies and others, secure accommodation, catering, health services, material assistance, psychological assistance, translation for services, other services necessary for the victim's physical and psychological recovery. Services are provided for as long as necessary. This is decided by cases of trafficking in human beings, employee of the social insurance agency. If criminal proceedings are not initiated, the provision of services will be terminated, but general victim support services will be provided. Counseling and assistance in communication with state and local government agencies. If the victim is a third country national, if the victim is a citizen of the European Union, a member state of the European Economic Area or Switzerland, or a member of his or her family, he or she will be given period of reflection. The prosecutor's office has the right to apply for temporary residence permit for the victim. The victim has the right to apply for international protection. Services and assistance for victims of trafficking are provided during the reflection period. during the examination of the application for a residence permit and during the period of validity of the residence permit. If the victim has been granted a temporary residence permit and has legally resided in Estonia for less than 5 years, he or she has the right to participate in the adoption program. Time of reflection. The reflection period is intended to allow the victim to recover and decide whether he or she wants to, so whether or not to cooperate with the police and the prosecutor's office. The reflection period is 30-60 days. The prosecutor's office may end the reflection period if the victim is voluntarily and on her own re-established contact with the suspect or accused person on his own initiative. If the victim has no legal basis to stay in the country, his or her deportation will be suspended for a period of reflection. Residence permit. If the victim has facilitated the investigation and severed all contact with the suspects or with the accused, the prosecutor will apply for a temporary residence permit after the end of the reflection period. A residence permit for participation in criminal proceedings is issued for a period of 6 to 12 months. With such a residence permit, you have the right to work and study in Estonia. A residence permit issued for participation in criminal proceedings may be revoked if the victim has refused to assist in solving the crime or has voluntarily re-established the relationship with the suspect or accused person. A victim of a third country national who has resided legally in a member state for at least 5 years is entitled to apply for a long-term residence permit. Return. If the victim has no legal basis to stay in Estonia, he or she must leave Estonia within the term specified in the precept to leave. A victim of trafficking in human beings to whom Estonia has issued a residence permit for participation in criminal proceedings is subject to re-entry ban only if he or she poses a threat to public policy or public security. The term for voluntary fulfillment of the obligation to leave provided for in the precept to leave may be extended by the Police and Border Guard Board by up to 30 days at a time if exceptional circumstances such as family and social ties in Estonia, children attending school or other circumstances. The victim may challenge the order to leave. If he or she does not have the money to contest the precept to leave, he or she has the right to apply for state legal aid. The lecture gave an overview of the prevention of human trafficking, which is not complete and changes according to the developments in the world and in Europe. The lecture will be available in Andrea's project materials. Thank you for listening and watching.
Okay. All right, so we were able to watch the video now, so you can go ahead and continue.
I think it might be like a question panel right now, or...
Okay, so if anyone has questions about the topic to our speaker, please go ahead. Or maybe the Estonian side would like to add something? Yep.
And of course, if anybody wants to get some information or data, you can always write an email for us. I will answer.
Go ahead. I have a question.
How is your personal experience while representing a client of trafficking case?
Did I understand right? Do I have a personal experience with the human trafficking victim.
The question is, can you share, right, one of your personal experiences with one of the human trafficking cases that you feel like might be specifically notable, right, like specifically exceptional or interesting for us to hear?
Yes, I can share one story. I think it was pretty, how I would say, pretty sad and nasty. But the thing was happening in a small city in Tallinn, not in Tallinn, in Estonia, sorry. And the case was around, in a court, around 2 years, I think, or 3 years. All this time, we managed to co-work with the prosecutor that the victim didn't have to come to the court because it would be like really, really traumatic for her. Because there were like traffickers, I think there was 5 or 6. There was four men and 2 girls that were abusing our client. And every time they were really eager to get this person, our client, the victim, to the court, because I think they were like thinking they can abuse her like further. But we managed, with the co-working with the prosecutor, that the victim never had to go to the court hearing and see those people again. It was really, really difficult court case, but in the end, we managed to get the compensation for this girl. I think it was like the biggest that time in Estonia. And those, the one who was like abusing her, the main character, I think they got like 5 years sentence, real punishment, and the girl also, they were really, really high jail sentences, around 5 years, I think so. After that, this girl was really happy about it and still worked with her continued. And she did got this little bit money of this compensation also, like in the reality. So now she's working in a local store, she has a family. So at the end was really happy. But during the court hearings, it was extremely difficult, even for us, even for myself, because the details that came out in that case, this criminal case, the things were beyond horrible. I don't think anybody could listen to this and just like be somehow to not lose their mind. So for the victim, this case was extremely important that she was not in this court hearing. She didn't need to come over there. So that was the happy story. So otherwise, it will be like a re-victimizing of her constantly, because there was like so many hearings, and yeah. So the judge was in our side, looks like, and the prosecutor did also a really good job, and we did a good job. That was, okay, thank you. That was the story.
All right, thank you very much. Does anyone have any other questions? I have another question. Okay, yeah, of course.
So you mentioned the development of EU law. What would your own estimation be? What should change, and what should be changed first?
I didn't hear a question.
Yeah, I will repeat the question. So since you talked about the development of the EU law, what changes would you like to see in this law? What do you feel like would be the primary changes that you would like to see in the law in the long run?
A good question. I think I would like myself as a lawyer that the victim doesn't have to participate in the court hearings that much, that the law will be more on the victim's side, that we don't have to, like, I don't know, find extremely so many evidences and try to explain situation, that it will be like more that the other part has to do the explanation and evidence. I would like to see that, but I don't think it's really going to happen.
Yes, we have another question. Does a national victim in Estonia also have a reflection period?
Yes.
Yes. Any other questions? Okay, well then I have a last question for you. Since the primary topic of our conference here is enhancing international cooperation for a safer Baltic region, do you have some sort of, based on your professional experience as a lawyer, some sort of goals or aspirations of what the Baltic countries can do together to ensure the safety of the region?
You have also really good question. I think the main key was like the co-working through the police and all these like local and government bases. I think that would be like really helpful. I don't know anything else.
All right. I guess, is there any other questions? No. Well then, thank you so much for being present here with us and sharing your opinions and sharing your perspectives on the EU law of anti-trafficking. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay. So we did it, first of all. That was our very final presentation of the second day of the They Have a Name conference. I wanted to, once again, like I said in the very beginning of the first day, to sincerely thank you so much for coming here, for amplifying survivors' voices, for being the people who are driving the change, for making sure that there is always someone who is going to listen, there's always someone who has the survivor's side, and sharing all of these different perspectives, learning from each other. I saw you were talking to different people during coffee breaks from different countries, from different fields, and that to me was very beautiful and important to see. Thank you so much for taking that effort and for going out of your comfort zone maybe a little bit today and yesterday. You are all amazing. Thank you so much, and thank you our online listeners for bearing with us for all of the 2 days of our live streaming. Let's clap for each other last time and say goodbye. Okay.